Okay, let's see if we can't fix this. There we go. Okay, what do we have here? I see. Oh, okay. All right, let's see if the stream has started. So I made quite a bit of updates to the scanner. Let's make sure. So far, BTAI is the only one that's really moving. Let's come over here, BTAI. It's really the only one that's moving. Let's take a look at that, yeah. BTAI. Looks like the stream has started. Make sure the latency is set to ultra low. Okay. Okay, RVOL movers is hitting with BTAI. 7 o'clock, some news should be hitting. Let's see. That should load. Okay. I don't know why that. Yeah, the system I have to. The charting platform I'm still working on, that's definitely in beta. But BTAI, I don't see any news on that. That was a little extended off the 9 EMA to take an entry on that. So that is, gotta wait for a pullback on that. BTAI, this is what we have here. I need to work on the charting. The data I gotta work on. I don't see any news on BTAI though. That's the thing. There we go, it just popped up. BioXcel Therapeutics announces positive FDA pre-NDA meeting comments for NDA submission BXCL50 and agitation associated with bipolar disorders. Okay, so we got news on BTAI. Right when I said I don't see any news, well, we got news. It just got released. That just got released. BTAI has a spread of 1 cent. That volume on the 1 minute is kind of, the volume down there. The volume right down in there is a little much. If you look at the level 2, the tape, as you can see, the red's coming in. Yeah, 701 reds. We got 704. I mean, it could pop, but it just seems kind of weak. That's why I'm not getting in. BTAI, and if you look at the daily, let me look at that. That's just, I want something, I mean, BTAI already had a nice run, as you can see right here. BTAI already had a nice run. It kind of came back. I mean, Friday it showed up. It had a nice run this morning, but I'm just not getting into it. I mean, you can make money, but that's not what I'm looking for. KUPR showed up. KUPR. Yeah, look at the volume on the KUPR. The volume, oh, look at that 5-minute topping tail. So look at it. I mean, the previous 5-minute was good, but this is the topping tail on this is a little much for a 5-minute. Plus, look at the volume right there on that one. We got a like a spinning top. We got a good volume for the downside on that. I mean, we're bouncing off the 9 EMA, but I just don't like volume like that. I'm very picky because I looked at my stats over the weekend. Well, actually, Friday when I was done, I looked at my stats and I'm at a 83% win rate. So, and that's because I'm picky. I will let stuff go by, even if it runs up. I will just let it go by. So, yeah, this charting, that seems like it's not getting all the data. Yeah. I'm going to have to look at that. I might just have the windows. I might just have the windows show some TZ ideas, some trade ideas for what we're looking at. Yeah, BTAI. I mean, you could have gotten yourself 20 cents out of that. But I just don't like the daily. It's just up too much. And it's up against here. Yeah, it kind of pulled back and kind of broke here. But I'm just for some reason I'm just not into BTAI. I mean, look at it. It's a continuation play, but I'm just going to pass on it. If we sort by the volume, BTAI has it in CUPR. The one thing that I did add was sorting. So you can sort by change percentage or you can sort by volume. Sort by change percentage or by the volume. So I need to push that out. But right now what I'm thinking, yeah, CUPR doesn't have a catalyst for one that I know of. Does not have a catalyst. Launches FDA cleared blood test for Alzheimer's. LH has news at 7. GANX. EM. It's not moving. JANX. That's not moving. XNet. 12 million float, 940. So, yeah, really the only ones that have volume. I mean, you got BTAI with good volume. Yeah, so, I mean, I missed BTAI, but, I mean, it is what it is. I just didn't like that volume right up in here. Then you had doji and you broke that with volume. So that's pretty good. And then you have volume up in here on this candle right here that's higher. That's why I just did not like it. If you made some money off that, great job. I mean, it's just too many. The wick here, the wick there, wick here, wick there. I just did not quite get into that. There's a CUPR. It stalled at 138. I don't think so. Yeah, I guess it did. It's not moving that much. Everybody's focused on BTAI. So what I'm thinking about doing, because I'm looking, what I was looking to do for this charting, the charting for TZ chart, the data I need to fix a little bit. Seems like it's running together. It's probably the time that I'm checking, because I'm getting historical data, but then I'm turning around and getting the socket data. That's where you get the real time candle in the chart and the price. So there's got to be something wrong in the logic of my code. There we go. But right here it said it made a higher high and it showed up in yellow. So what I was thinking about doing was getting write some code that shows another window that you can bring up, something like TZ Momo for momentum movers. Maybe we can have trade ideas and have the TZ Momo just be TZ ideas or TZ plays, and then show the different plays like momentum, 5-minute momentum plays, uh, instead of the charting, I can just do it right off of here. CUPR. I mean, a break of this right here, one break of 139. We could, if it breaks that, we could get up. That could be a place since we kind of ran up. CUPR is up 10%. I wish it was up more. That would be a better play. BTAI and XNet. XNet has got some movement. I mean, if you look at it, it's kind of volume is was a little bit higher than CUPR. We'll just take CUPR out of there. And then we got BTAI that's pulling back. Yeah, see now the chart, once it ran a little bit, kind of updated. So I mean, it's only 7:18. The morning has just started. Yeah, the BTAI, that was a nice play if you got in on that. I just didn't like the volume on this pullback here. That doji candle, the volume was good, and you could have gotten in on the break of that, and that would have netted you a pretty decent trade. But the volume on this candle right here is definitely higher than the rest of this, which that was a little much. So I mean, it could just be profit taking because this has had a nice run. I just don't like playing things. I just don't like playing things over and over. I like playing it when it's down here and it's just kind of flat, and then like the first day it just kind of comes up with some real big volume. Like this right here. I mean, this candle right here was okay, but this right here, the volume kicking in, yeah, that's in probably the first and second day. But after it has run up like this and it's pulled back and it's running again, I mean, I just don't play it. I don't like keep playing it over and over. I mean, you're right up here against resistance right up here. So this is... But that's just my opinion. I just don't like playing it. There's really... I'm really only looking for like a couple of trades a day. I don't need to be trading 10, 20 times a day. Just a couple trades, a couple of decent ones, and net yourself a decent profit. Do. SERV Serve Robotics acquires Fourier Robotics Pioneer AI Foundation model based autonomy for last mile delivery. Looks like BTAI could be flatlining. Let's go through the news here. Yeah, BADEF, that's probably just a penny, yeah. LH, BTCS. Got Fox. There's really nothing HLD, nothing really moving. See right here on the TZ charts, you've got higher high. So that higher high is right there, and it has more volume than the previous one. I think I have that logic in there. I'm not too sure. But trades like that, you can look at. But I really kind of want to have it on a window over here, like the Momo movers, things like that. Like right here we have momentum. The previous 5 minute was making higher highs. So was CUPR. I don't know why that's on there. XNet. Yeah, it seems like the pre-market is not working that well for the Momo. So there's definitely some work to be done for this scanner. I mean, it's free while it's in beta. And it's definitely a minimal viable product. Yeah, it looks like BTAI is breaking down past the 9 EMA, so that's not good. As you can see on the 5 minute over here on BTAI, it had a nice extension upwards. It's kind of deviated from the 9 EMA. We got some wicks on 5 minutes, so that's to be expected. Now, I did make a update on the scanners. You can sort by change percent and volume now. So you can sort by volume or you can sort by change percent. So 7:30. We should get some news releases again. IONR, SCNI. It's only like XNet. I mean, look at the 1 minute volume. It's really low. We got BSLK. BSLK showed up with some decent volume compared to all the rest of them. And that one I would not touch. BSLK. I just wouldn't touch that. There's not enough volume, to be quite honest. I mean, look at a 5 minute. You got like 9,000 volume. No. No. I'm sorry. That is not enough. We got, let's look at the change percent. We got BTAI. We got XNet. We have SCNI. That's just not enough volume there. We got EM. Yeah. It hopefully it will pick up. I mean, it's August. Next month, I'm sure things are going to pick up. August is usually slow. It's usually slow. Let's take a look here. Yeah. And Friday, I passed another Bullnox 50K account. So I got a few of them now. I need to start trading those future accounts as well. I mean, you got XNet, but that's not enough volume. You got BTAI that's just kind of trading below the 9 EMA. If you look at a 5 minute, it looks like we're having a pullback. Those topping tails, yeah. I mean, we get a break of 732. Yeah, get a break of that, which we did. You might get a little bounce off of that, but what you really need to look for is the volume up in here, which the volume's starting to kick in on this current 1 minute. So 732, but it's a lot of selling that 732. That's UUN. ONAG, there's nothing there. ADAG, nothing. SUUN, nothing. IONR, nothing. CUPR, that's kind of turning. So BTAI, well, we have XNet, but XNet's not doing anything. We have BTAI that just kind of ran up early morning, as you can see here. It has ran up around 4 o'clock. It ran up, kind of consolidated, broke it, pulled back, ran up, pulled back. I mean, look at the daily. It's already been played quite a bit. It's got a 5.5 million float. The volume's 10 million right here. So it's already been played quite a few times. It's already made one round trip. Shares outstanding 3 million. So yeah, it's definitely been played. SNGX has news. Let's take a look at that. SNGX has news. Pre-market movers, SNGX should show up here pretty soon. FDA grants orphan drug designation for treatment of Behçet's disease after reviewing recent phase 2 clinical study. Got a float of 3 million on SNGX. It's the top leading gainer now with Catalyst. Broke the $4 mark. It's a little extended off the EMA. We could get a bounce play on SNGX. Yeah, my charts are a little off. Something's up with my code. It's a little hard to... I think I was getting a little too ambitious with the coding of this scanner. So it's holding the $4, which is good. If it breaks 409, that would be good, but look at the volume on that selling. It's a little extended off the 9 EMA. What I like is for it to come back to 365 with lower volume on the selling. That is ideal. SNGX up here on the top left. SNGX is up here. As you can see on the 5 minute, it has really cranked up. We could get a 5 minute play on that. SNGX already extended 47%, 44%. Yeah, SNGX is definitely looking good. We might look for a 5-minute pullback. BTAI is kind of puking out a little bit. If you look at those 5-minute topping tails right there, those 5-minute topping tails were not good. As you can see here, they kind of gotten away from that. That's the shorts are kind of piling in on that now. We got SNGX getting ready to break. 417, 424, yeah. You got to be patient. $7.38. There's definitely enough time to play SNGX. So what I would be looking for SNGX, since it's already ran up 44%, we got a nice green 5-minute candle. We got a green 5-minute candle here. We got about 35 seconds before it closes. What I'm looking for is a nice run up. It has 48%, which is really nice for SNGX. And what I'm looking for is a pullback on the 5-minute to give us a red candle. And I'm not looking for a large pullback. If it pulls back halfway, you got to be careful. But what I'm looking for is just a slight micro pullback on SNGX for a 5-minute, a little pullback on that, and then get in on the break of the red candle on the 5-minute. That would be ideal. That's what I'm looking for SNGX. If you look at the 5-minute, you look at the 1-minute, you're thinking you're getting in on the break of that because it's riding the 9 EMA. I'm looking at a 5-minute waiting for a pullback. SNGX has news. BMNR, oh my gosh, they're really working that crazy thing. So BMNR, I made a little money on it. I think it was last week or the week before. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was the week before. BMNR was okay. BTAI is starting to crank up a little bit. But people are going to start looking at SNGX because look at the volume. If we sort by volume, it definitely has the volume. 367, BTI is 32 on the 1-minute. Yeah. SNGX is definitely the topper. The top leader, SNGX, top leader, SNGX. This was, okay, so this is kind of like what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a run up, but BTAI ran up 28%, which is okay. And then a break of this right here of 739. Now that ran up to 749. but I was looking for a little bit more. But that didn't happen. So, but if we have a red candle right here, we have a SNGX. If we have a slight pullback, we don't go way down here, that'll still be in play. But a slight pullback on the 5 minute, which will we got about 3.5 more minutes, and then a break of 409, and then your stop would be at what the close of this red candle would be if it closes red. I'll go over that. But this channel is only for educational purposes only. You need to consult your financial advisor before you trade any real money. Let me go get some more coffee. BTAI, what you doing? BTAI, kind of riding the 9 EMA on the 1 minute. 5 minute kind of popped a little bit. We're looking at SNGX. Yeah. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the charting stuff, but I don't think I'm going to, because it's a little off. If we bring over SNGX, see, if you look at it, the historical stuff is pretty accurate, but 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of missing this candle here and that green one. So there's something up with my logic on the candle. If I can fix that, that'll be good. I'll keep the charting. SNGX is holding the $4 mark. Nope. Just broke the $4 mark. We got big volume coming in. It broke 419. If it breaks 419, we could possibly go 425, 430, 434. If it keeps going, we're good. 435. My cost average is 411. Cost average is 411, so it's not breaking. Cost basis is 411. 433, 432. It needs to break this. It needs to break 438. 411 is my cost basis. So it needs to really break that. It needs to not break 411. My cost basis is 411. What did it need to break? It needed to break 438. It needs to break 438. It's bouncing off the EMA, which is good. It needs to break 438. We had a micro pullback. If you look at the volume on those dojis, cost basis is 411, needs to break 438. We're at 425, 422. EMA is 415. Come on, 438. I scalped a little bit. I sold half when it had that little pop right there. We need to break 438. 436, 434, 435. We're just holding. Cost basis is 411. Are we going to pop this bad boy? Are we going to pop it? We got 436, 438, 441. We're popping it. Cost basis is 411. So I made some pretty good change so far. I'm just holding this. CRGO has news, but it's not moving. So we're not worried about that. Right now we're worried about SNGX. We had news. SNGX, we had news, and we are in the play. Cost basis is 411. We're at 441 right now. 440. Come on. Are we going to get to 4.5? Come on. SNGX. SNGX had FDA grants. We need to break. We need to get to 4.5. 4.5. Come on, 4.5. We got 440. When you get 4.5. EMA is 4.25. 4.25 is the EMA. I'm not gonna add to the position, but I did. I got in here. It kind of ran up, kind of pulled back. If it would have broke this right here, and then I probably would have gotten out. It closed below the EMA, but the volume was kind of drying up, so I kind of held it, and then it popped here, and then I added to it, and then I sold some on the pop. I sold some on this pop up here around 430. Right now, I'm cost basis 411. I'm holding some, so I'm still good. I might be selling half right here though pretty soon. SNGX. Let's take a look at this on my chart, which is kind of crazy right now, but hey, yeah. EMA is 422, so it's about the same. This is showing a little bit of weakness. I'm going to have to sell some more. 411, I can't let it get down to 411, so yeah. Okay. That was okay. So SNGX, we had a pop right here. I was waiting for I have 409. You know, so 745 was good. Where was that? 745, which was right about here. So my cost basis was 411. I got up to 430. Right up in here on this candle right here, I sold a little bit, so I made like 10 cents on that. Then we kind of ran up here, and then I sold another half right up in here when we kind of started pulling back, and then I just closed completely out at 410. My cost basis was 411, so I had like 25% left. The play's over. I'm not playing this anymore. That was okay. I mean, if you look at the MACD, it was kind of rolling over, so that was a little hard to play. MACD on the 5 minutes still positive, but the 1 minute, I wish it would have came up here and kind of did like a 2-3 bar micro pullback over here to the EMA, and then we get a good pop. That's what you want to see. But this right here, we're kind of flatlining on the non-EMA. We got a little pop, so I was thinking we could go. And we kind of pulled back, then we popped, and then I started selling up in this area, right up in here. So, yeah. It's 8 o'clock. That's why I get out. Goes a little wacko. It goes a little wacko. SNGX. CRGO has news. No volume. BTAI. That's not doing much. BTAI is not doing very much. BTAI. Yeah. XNet is really the only one with the next biggest volume. If we sort by volume, we got SNGX, BTAI, and XNet. So, yeah. So if we got, so 419 SNGX, I'm trying to look to see. I'm going to review my trade later for SNGX. On Trader View. I'm going to review my trade later. Yeah, so SNGX, so my chart, it has those wicks there, same as here, but I think what I'm going to do, I got the volume. Yeah, the volume's really kicking in on those. FFAI. Here, let's sort by percent so we don't miss anything moving. SUUN. SUUN is moving. It's not really doing much. That's XNet. EM. SUUN. CPR. FFAI. XNet. RVOL movers. Yeah, RVOL movers. QSI. QSI. TNYA. EM. Okay. Yeah, 8 o'clock the RVOL mover is going to move because I think it's because of these the little whack job algos that kick in that these institutions start doing. They just start going a little nutty. So I think that's what goes on there. Let's look at SNGX, how that was played. SNGX was okay. SNGX was played pretty decent. We ran up. We had this micro pullback here, but we didn't get in. I mean, you could have made some money on that. Maybe 10 cents on that. But we pulled back. We kind of closed below the 9 EMA, and then we kind of had this candle here. But the volume was a little high. So, I mean, I shouldn't have gotten in right here. And then we kind of pulled back, and we closed below the 9 EMA. Stop was down here. And we got that pop right here. We got that pop. As soon as we get a pop and we're at the high, I usually sell about a quarter or a half, and then we kind of grinded down, bounced off the 9 EMA and came up here, and then I sold another half on this candle when it started coming back down. I sold another half, and then I got completely out on a break even. Actually a 1 cent loss, but it is what it is. Display is over for SNGX for me, just because we are kind of rolling over, and if you look at the MACD, it's just kind of rolling over here. This right here, the MACD was open, so you could have played that with the MACD open. This was a little extended off the 9 EMA. I like them to be a little bit closer. But BTA SUUN is SUUN SUUN. There's no volume on that. I mean, SNGX had the best volume so far. And if you look at SNGX 340,000, 342,000 right here on the current candle. On the current candle, that's looking good. Yeah, when it came down here, I kind of got in it up in here, which was good at 409, which was good. I should not have gotten in here because that was a little too much for the volume. Getting in here was a little too much for the volume. It closed below the 9 EMA. It kind of bounced up, then it closed below that. I was thinking that I really need to cut it, and then it just kind of reversed up. The better play was possibly the break up here and then the move back down and then the break of that candle right there. But that wouldn't have got you very much. 433 to Yeah. SNGX setup. It's set up okay. The main reason I really got in right here, the main reason I got in right here at 743 at 401 is because it was breaking this 5 minute spending top right here, and we were moving up. The reason that I took that trade is because we came up here. That volume on this candle was a little concerning, but then when it popped up here, I thought we were okay. Then it pulled back, and right up in here, I was thinking if it starts breaking down in here into the 387, I got to cut it. It came really close, and then we popped. As soon as we got that pop, I sold half into the pop. And then once we came back down, we held the 9 EMA. I was holding half, thinking that we could pull back up. We did pull back up. We kind of broke the high right there, but we didn't get enough movement, and I was hoping for 4.5. But this candle right here, once we put in that little spending top right there, I just sold half again. My cost basis was 411, and as soon as we got to 412, I started thinking about cutting it, and then I cut it at 410, so I took a 1 cent loss on 25% of the position, but 75% of the position, I made profit on 75% of the position by selling half here, and then it came down to a break even. I just took a penny loss on like 25% of the position. ENLV has news. It's an RVOL mover. But again, the whack job algo's kicking at 8, so ENLV. I looked at my stats on Trader View Friday night, and I'm at 83% win rate, and that's because I'm very picky about what I get into, and plus it's been very slow. But I made an update. I'm going to be pushing this out real soon. I made an update that I will be pushing out. Right now you can sort by volume. So the highest volume, you can look at what is the highest volume. And when you click on change percent, it sorts it by change percent. That's for all of them. Pre-market movers, low float, top traded gainers, biggest gainers. So it's 8:10. Not much is going on. Of course, it is August. It's slow. That's why I'm kind of trading lightly, not too heavy. The 4 charts up top are a 5-minute. And down below we have the daily, and then we have a 1 minute. 1 minute is right here. BTAI moved earlier. That was okay. I didn't play BTAI at all. I mean, I had news that dropped at around 7. Yeah, 7 a.m. news dropped. I didn't play BTAI just because I looked at the daily. That's been showing up on the scanner constantly for the past days. So I just didn't play it. It's a nice continuation from Friday, but the move happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. I just didn't play it. I mean, we're way up here, so we're right up against resistance. I just didn't play it. And you could have played it, got yourself some money, like a 1 minute. But I mean, right here around 7 o'clock, we had the news. It popped. It kind of sold back off to the 9 EMA. It was kind of hard to play it up in here just because I saw the volume on those 2 candles. I don't like that volume. that little doji candle had less volume, so you possibly could have gotten in on the break of that and got yourself a little run there. But I just did not play BTA. Now SNGX came out with news, so I was waiting for that. BTA, SUXEM, GNFT, nothing's really. We got ENLV with volume. ENLV with volume, but that's going the wrong direction. Announces positive top line data for multi. Yeah. That was at 7:45. That's been played about a half hour ago. Yeah. News right here, ENLV. It showed up on the news just because it's positive top line data from phase 1-2 trial. So that I'm definitely scanning for news headlines for that. Problem with that is it pops and then it just kind of dumped right back down. What I like to do, that I've been playing quite a bit here lately, is playing the 1 minute right off of the 5 minute, kind of like what we did for SNGX. SNGX, as it popped here, it came up at 7:30 because SNGX at 7:30 a.m. we had that news, FDA grants drug designation. So it popped, and so it came on our radar. This candle right here closed green, so I was thinking, okay, if we close red, if we have a micro pullback and we close red, I'm going to get in on the break of the open on that red candle, the break of it, which we kind of had a little doji candle here, and once we start breaking 409, we were holding 4. So the play was at 7:45, this little move right here. But you got to be careful on pre-market. You do not want to be holding. You need to be extremely disciplined and cut it. I was looking at my stats, and 3 minutes is when my average is holding winners for 3 minutes, and my losses, I usually cut in less than 1 minute. So I cut my losses extremely quickly. And that's what you have to do. You have to do that. When you're wrong, you got to admit it. I mean, my win rate is kind of high, but that's just because I'm very, very picky. Even if you have like a 60-65% win rate, that's very good. That just means you're going to be wrong 40% of the time, and you have to accept that. SNGX is starting to move up. I'm not going to play it just because I've already played it once. I'm not going to play it again. If they were going to run it, they were going to run it. In my opinion, if they were going to run it, they would break the 4.5. Like right in this candle right here, we got 445. I was hoping they'd break 4.5. They didn't break it. So, my opinion, I'm done with this. I made my money on SNGX and I'm moving. I don't care if it goes to $8. I move on. So SNGX is the top one, 42.8%. That's the top leader. Yeah, look at the volume. It's just really drying up. Yeah, look at SNGX is just kind of grinding. PTAI is doing the same thing. There's no plays on BTAI. The play was at 7, which was back here. These were the plays. Had to bounce up here. Had a pretty decent volume on those pullbacks. That's why I didn't get in on the break of that, because of the volume right here. If they were half the volume of these three, that would have been decent. And then look at the volume on that red candle. That was right there. That's high. So, I mean, yeah, we had a pop, but there was no play. What negated it was the volume. That's what did it for me, was volume. That's why I didn't play it, because of the volume of those red candles. And look at BTAI on the 5 minutes, just going down. SNGX is just drying up. We had volume in the beginning, and then it just dried up. As you can see right here, the 3-minute candles, the volume's drying up. We had our play right here at 7:45. So it looks like the server's doing good. Let's see, fetching pre-market gainers, fetched 11. Low flow gainers, yeah. Gotta take care of that. But other than that, it seems like the system is running okay. The system is running fine. That's earnings. It says the connection's excellent, which is good. Yeah, the volume volume on CUPR, but there's nothing there. There's nothing there. We got EM with the next volume. There's nothing there either. ADAG, nothing. SNGX, just flatlining. Wonder what the old SPY's doing early morning. Yeah, it ain't doing much. I might play some futures later. And we got the Qs that are doing the same thing. Oh. So that was my mistake. Yeah. Made the same mistake last week about my entries. I gotta get better at my entries. Got to get better at my entries. I gotta get better at my entries because I'm reviewing that trade that I just did on SNGX. I made money on it, but my entries were not that good. So I'm gonna review that tonight on TraderView. I might put a video out on the channel about that. I need to start showing people my entries on TraderView, because that's a great journaling platform, TraderView. Right now, if you go to Lightspeed, you can sign up for Lightspeed. I think it's 3 months that you can use the platform for free. And you can get TraderView and something else for 6 months free. Right when I was signing up with Lightspeed, when I got away from Interactive Brokers and I signed up with Lightspeed, they came out with that. Yeah, so right here, this is what this is really good. Free trading software for 6 months. TrendSpider, which I don't use, and TraderView, which is fantastic. Oh, come on, what you doing there? All right, let's look at what's going on with the old BTAI. And BTAI trying to make a comeback. European leaders arrive at the White House at 12 o'clock. Trump greets Zelensky. Trump-Zelensky meeting at 1:15. If you go to financialjuice.com, this is where you get all your stuff. Financialjuice.com right here. You go to financialjuice.com, you just look at all the, you can look at all the news that's coming out. That's what Financial Juice. Yeah, I got to review my SNGX. I got to review my SNGX trade. I'll do that later. SGD showed up on Arval. There's no news that I know of. I don't see it hit quite yet. It's 8:32, but SGD is showing up. If it breaks at 154, we could get a run, but SGD, let's take a look. SGD. Let's take a look at this. SGD, look at the daily. So it ran earlier and then it kind of sold off, and on Friday it kind of ran up. So yeah, volume's kicking in on the 1 minute, so I'd be leery about that. Look at the volume on the 1 minute. I'd be a little leery about that. On this candle, it really needs to break the 154. It needs to break 154. But look at the volume coming in. The EMA is at 130. The volume's kicking in. The volume is really kicking in on the selling. So that's a little concerning. And SGD, if you look at the 5 minute, look at that big topping tail. I mean, it ran from 130 to 150. That's a 20-cent move. It gave it all back. Yeah. That's a no play. That's a no play. Let's sort by volume, see what we got here. Yeah, top two, ADAG. Yeah, okay. SGD, there's nothing there. AD, yeah. EM, 14,000, there's nothing there. All right. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. SGD is starting to kick up. SGD is starting to kick up. But I don't see any. I just didn't like the volume on that 1 minute. If you look at these 1 minutes, look at the volume on that. That is not a micro pullback. This right here is not a micro pullback. Granted, you could have got. I mean, okay, if you got in on the break of that at 139, it came up here to 157. Yeah, you can get yourself about 10-15 cents out of that run, but that is not in the playbook because this volume negates this pullback, and this pullback, we pulled back to the 9 EMA, but with volume, we spiked down. Yeah, we got a hammer, and then we're reversing, but that's not a micro pullback in my opinion. Now I'm looking at the 5 minute here on SGD. SGD 5 minute is right here. What I'm looking for, this is what I want. What I'm looking for, now we got the volume kicking in on the buy-in, which is nice. I like that. But if we Xpone, we had that SGD Xpone. I don't know about that. SGD's looking a little bit better. Xpone's 12%. SGD it's not even showing up. Look at the volume coming down. Now, if you're looking for a bounce play off of that, off of 145, you got to think about the volume that came in on that. You got to think about the volume that came in on that 1 minute candle. You got to look at the volume on this. I mean, granted, you can get yourself some money on this run right here, but that's not ideal just because we had a run up. And look at this top and tail in the current 5 minute. That's not looking too swift right now. Xpone, look at the topping tail on the current 5 minute. That's not good at all. Let's take a look at Xpone. We got bounce off of 197 EMA. Xpone, XNet. We got Xpone. All right, let's take a look at SGD. Let's take a look at Xpone. These are the current ones we're looking at. Let's look at SPY here. Let's look at the Qs, same thing. But let's look at old Xpone here. We got the top and tail on a 5 minute SGD topping tail. We got a topping tail on Xpone as well on a 5 minute. That's why this pullback is not looking good. On Xpone, SGD, same thing. SGD I did not like just because we had a run up. Yes, we pulled back here, but we pulled back with massive volume right down up in here. Massive volume on that. We ran up. I was thinking, okay, we got some nice volume kicking in. We could get a nice run and then a micro pullback, and then we get a big, huge red candle here with volume, and we got these candles here with red volume. That's not looking too swift. I mean, you can get a play on this, but the problem is the volume. I don't like the volume. That red volume is pretty high. Okay, so let's say we break 148. let's say we break 148. Let's say we break 1.5 because we really need to break 1.5, and we broke it, but we didn't held it. We're selling back off down from it, and then look at the volume right here. Look at the green volume here. The green volume, yeah, there's a lot, but there's a lot more red, especially up in here when it first started, and we spiked down here. So this is known to spike down because look at that. That's known to spike down. That's not good. That's a bearish engulfing candle right there. That's not good. So that's why I just wouldn't play that. EM, but EM has no volume. If we look at the biggest volume ones so far, CRGO, huh? CRGO, there's nothing there. CRGO, there's nothing. EM, no. ONEG, ADHG, nothing. XNet, nothing. The volume's really low. I mean, BTAI has the highest volume. I mean, BTAI is okay with the volume. I mean, right now it's not okay. It's not looking too swift, to be quite honest. BTAI, it's not looking too swift. We got SNGX. That's not looking too good. Xpone, SGD. SGD, I don't like the volume on that. Xpone. Break $2. And look at the volume. There's not enough volume in that. Look at the current 1 minute. It's like 500 volume. 1,000 volume? No. I need more volume than that. SGD has got some volume. SGD's got some volume kicking in. SGD's got news. No, when I'm sorry, that's SNG. SGD's got news. Yeah, safe and green development. But that could run. If you got in on the break of this candle, which I wouldn't have because of the volume right up in here. The volume, the volume on this pullback, that's not a micro pullback to me. This is not a micro pullback to me. And if you look at the, yeah, MACD was good up here, but now it's just kind of rolling over. I mean, yeah, you're making money if you're in it, like 10 cents, but getting the break of 147, yeah, 10 cents, but it's just not telling me much. SGD, I mean, we could get something decent here. It's 8:45. Let's see what the futures is doing. Yeah, they're really trying to push this down. I mean, we had a nice little pop right here. Higher high, higher low with volume. We had a nice little pop. But that's when I had a spike down with volume. That's just a little concerning to me. That's why I just don't quite like that, to be honest. 846 exponent SGD. If you look at 5 minute, that's looking good. Change percent 32%. Exponent, there's just not enough volume in exponent, to be quite honest. Look at 5 minute volume is 50,000, which is okay, but not really. IOBT, that showed up last week. Yeah, Friday IOBT. That showed up last week. SGD. SGD is 32% change. Now, if the current 5 minute, if you look up here on the top, right up in here, the current 5 minute, which we got about a little over a minute, if that closes below that, but we get a break of it right up in here, we get a break of 164, that would be nice. The volume on this is a little high. On a 5 minute red candle. But it's holding strong. MACD's open, there we go. Get a break of 164. I just don't like the volume in these red candles. It's just bigger than the green. I mean, I know I'm being picky. That's just the way it is. SGD, 35%. $8.50. Yeah, SGD looks like it's doing decent. Yeah, it's 8:45. What did that? So SGD, I don't know why that is not really doing that great. SNGX. BTAI is not doing too swift. I wish I could really fix the candles. SGD's making higher highs on a 1 minute with volume. Yeah, that's strange how that does that. Yeah, that's just weird. I don't know. Maybe I can work on that charting platform in the future. What I would like to do, look at the pullback on that. I mean, this is supposed to be a micro pullback, but look at the volume there, pretty high. Look at the pullback on this volume, pretty high. The pullback on this, this is really not a micro pullback. That candle right there had pretty high volume. That red candle had pretty high volume, and then these two right here kind of popped it up, which is nice. Yeah, it's starting to get more volume into it. SGD, got SNGX. See, SNGX, see, those candles are lining up. So it just seems like, come on. Then we got BTAI. If you look at those are lining up. What I would like to do, what we SGD. Yeah. Oh, SGD's not. See, I knew there was some weakness in there, just because if you look at the history of this 1 minute and look at SGD on the 5 minute, look at that topping tail right there. That's a big topping tail with volume. That is really concerning. About 9 o'clock. I don't know if any news is going to be coming out or not. We got SNGX that's kicking. Got SNGX that's kicking. We played that earlier. BTAI is kicking. Yeah. BTAI is making a higher high, higher low. SNGX is kind of selling off. We got SGD that's kind of below the EMA. We got SNGX below the 9. No, you don't. It's just bouncing off non-EMA. I just don't see. Look again. We have a big red. We have a big topping tail with volume, with selling volume. That's just not good. It's not good. Not good. Not good. Yeah, we did have right here. We ran up. We had a little micro pullback, and you could have gotten in on the break of that, which was 370, and ran it up to like 380. Yeah, got yourself 10 cents. That was a good trade. SNGX is not looking too swift. And if we look here, yeah, we had the green, but that topping tail right there with that big volume is not good. SNGX. SGD is just kind of flatlining on the EMA. So is BTAI. Got SGD on the non-EMAs just kind of consolidating. BTAI is above the non-EMA, but it's just kind of drying up a little bit. I had a topping tail on that 1 minute right there. We got XNet. XNet is not doing anything. SNGX. We got SNGX moving. Made higher highs, higher lows right there. So if you could break 379 right there, you might be able to get something. But it's got some topping tails on there. If we look at that, SNGX has got some topping tails. BTAI is just closed below the non-EMA. You got some topping tails on that, which is not good. You got this big topping tail red candle. That's not good. With volume, that's really not good. So there's no reason to be playing this right here. There's absolutely no reason to be playing that. This right here you could have played because we had a nice little pop there, and then we kind of had a micro pullback with the volume kind of low and get a break on that, which was 370, and you ran up like 378. And it's got a penny spread, so you could have got yourself 380, got yourself 10 cents on that. That's not a problem. And SNGX around 855, which was this. Yeah, you're trading above that, but it's just, yeah. I'm real picky. SNGX is starting to sell off, as we can see here. SNGX right here, I got that on the sideline looking at that. That's not good. This was your play right here, was was the pop here and the pullback here and the break of that, because the volume was kind of low, and the break of that was really good. That was really the only play. And what I'm looking for to alert on these charts is I'm looking at the previous candle right here, which was this, and then this candle right here, we made a higher high, higher low on that candle. So you can get in on the break of that candle and try to get you a little run. That's what I'm looking for. So when that shows up, and if the 5-minute is was working, which it was right there, SNGX, which it was right up in here, that would be a play. I'm working on that alerting system, and I was going to I was going to do it on this chart right here. Like when you have these charts right up here, it shows in yellow HH for higher high, and then it gives you the number for the higher high. Then it tells you how much you want to risk, and then well, like right now it would be a 7-cent risk on the high here to the low there, and how many shares you would get into, how much money you want to risk. I was kind of playing around with that, but I really need to work on the charting because it's just not quite there. And I really need to. I think it's the current. I think it's the current candle or the previous one. I don't know. If I can get the charting down, the code for the charting down pretty good, this will be a good release. SLRX. Look at that. Yeah, there's nothing there. I mean, even SLR, I mean, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. SNGX, there's nothing there on that. I mean, if we go through the volume, IOBT has got volume. That seems like it's moving. Yeah, there's really nothing there. I mean, IOBT ran last week. I just don't like playing things that already ran. And that's just me. I just don't like playing stuff that has already ran. FMST, there's nothing there. BTAI, nothing. If we go back to the percent, CHSN, but look at the volume, there's nothing there. I mean, if you look at that, see, there's nothing there. If we look at it here, I mean, there's nothing there. SLRX, there's nothing. ENTO, there's no volume on those. There's no volume. I mean, BTAI is the only one that has volume, and that's not good either. yeah, it just kind of SLRX, but there's no volume there. SMGX was volume, but it's kind of flatlining. It's 916, so we're not doing very much. So what's this? That might be it. And that is it. So we got 30-second here. We got okay. Yeah, the daily on the NQs are not really doing very much. Volume on that. Alrighty. Just make just made a quick trade on the futures because I was setting up TQQQs. Let's see if we can show TQQs on the Qs. I mean the futures is different, and this is it was kind of popping up here, so I kind of just did a quick trade on the futures. And I might stream the futures as well. Right now it's below. Well, that's not good. Setting symbol. Canvas. Yeah, that's the right. Okay. $50,000. Okay. Yeah. Let's get back to. SGD. What's SGD doing? Nothing. What's BTAI doing? Ooh. Just kind of flatline right there. XNet kind of flatline too. No, that's kind of selling off. Oh, Xpone kind of popped. Oh, Xpone kind of popped. Xpone, Arval. Yeah, I kind of know that. I'm looking at it. Kind of sort by volume here. So it's 922. What I'm going to do, I mean, we can bring up the low floaters. When that comes in, right now they're not going to show anything. Xpone is kind of selling off a little bit to the EMA. SGD. SGD's not really doing anything. SNGX. We had a higher high, higher low on this candle with greater volume. Could have gotten in on the break of the 381 and gotten yourself 391 maybe. Maybe not. Maybe now. We got some green on the tape. 388. Yeah. So what I'm looking for is stuff like this. This right here, this candle here made a higher high, higher low. This candle did. And a higher high, higher low on bigger volume, which I like. And then you can get in on the break of the high there, which is 381. And you ran it up to like 389. So that just gives you a real quick scalp. I mean, it's a 1 cent spread, so that's good. You can get yourself a quick scalp. That's what I like to see. When it runs up, you can like sell half and then try to move to a break even. I mean, it came back down to 381, so it probably would have stopped you out. Unless you put the stop down below the EMA. And you could have played the EMA bounce off of that. It kind of ran up, kind of back down to the EMA, and then kind of ran back up. So who knows? You know, you can play it how you want. It's 925. Futures is just kind of grinding down. RVol movers, we got 925. I'm going to take away the RVol movers here. Pre-market is going to be pretty much done here pretty shortly. 4 minutes. 3.5 minutes till open. Usually when after the market opens, you want to sit on your hands about the first 5 minutes. BTAI. BTAI is making higher highs, higher lows on a 5 minute. I don't know why that exponent is showing up like that. The TLK, SGD. SGD is not looking too hot. SNGX could be a play after the market opens. Could be. Futures is trying to grind up. It's trying to. Ooh, wow. Futures got some big selling volume coming in. The futures. We got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Actually, 1 minute and 10, 15 seconds. I'm going to sit on my hands here for the first 5 minutes. Find out what the market wants to do. Futures is not looking too good. It's below the VWAP on the 5 minutes, below the VWAP on the 5 minute. We got about 30 seconds to the open. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to put on biggest gainers. Biggest gainers is going to be on here. Biggest gainers. I am going to take this and move that down here. And the momentum, I'm just going to put right here. Oh, the futures popped. Wow. Market is open. Biggest mover so far. I'm going to sort by volume. SNGX is selling off. Men's. AAPG. GDRX is the only one that really has. We have Wolf. We got Wolf. IOBT, WEV. I'm not going to look at that. We got GDRX. GDRX might look halfway decent. GDRX could be looking good. We got GDRX on a 5 minutes looking somewhat decent, but you really need to sit on your hands. GDRX has news. We got the futures that's grinding up. We got to bounce off the 9 EMA on the futures. It's still below the VWAP on the 5 minute. We got good RX announces collaboration. It's 286 million float, so it's not a low floater to expand access. Yeah, I mean, we got Wolf that really cranking. Wolf ran earlier. It's the only problem with that GDRX is it's got a 1 cent spread. You really want to sit on your hands for the first 5 minutes, though. Wolf is selling off. Look at that dumping. Look at that, yeah. A Wolf. And we got GDRX. But GDRX is not a low floater. You have Run. Run is looking decent. Are you going to update? I guess not. GDRX. I don't know what to Run. Yeah, I think I'm just going to scratch the idea of the charting. It's not looking too good. GDRX. Got the futures looking really good. I actually missed a trade on that. GDRX is bouncing off the 5-minute EMA, but it's still below the 1 minute. That's the problem. GDRX had news. Alright, Q open. There's something up with the Momo scanner. Alright, so it's 940. GDRX is really the biggest one. See, opens making higher highs, higher lows. SNGX, previous higher highs, higher lows. Woof. I don't know why that was there. And run is doing the same thing. We have IQ. We have open that looks pretty decent. But there's no news on open. Open was really good. We had a run up. $600 million float there. That's the only bad thing about open. It's not a low floater. If you look at the low floaters here, change percent on low floaters, you got SNGX. You got IQ. Have Wolf. You have Run, but that's really not doing much. It's got 200 million float, which is kind of high. You got GDRX, 200 million float. These are not low floaters, but we have SNGX, we have BTAI, have XNet. XNet was made higher highs, higher lows with volume going up. So at 753, yeah, I need to make an alert for that. I really need to make alerts for that. X4 is not doing anything. FMST, XNet, ZEP. I don't know what is ZEPP. ZEPP ran up, had a pullback. ZEPP is a low floater, but it's kind of a high price stock. You could have gotten in on the break of that 37.48 and ran it up to right here. I really need to make alerts for this stuff that's making higher highs and higher lows with volume, and write the code for the pullbacks on this when this runs up and we have micro pullback. But that was with a lot of volume right there. That was a lot of volume right there. Plus this $38 stock. That's ZEPP. That's ZEPP. We got TGen. I was not really doing anything, but SNGX. Yeah, BTAI. Got GDRX that's kind of moving. Let me see what we can do on the futures. We kind of creeped up there. GDRX, Xpone. You got open is kind of moving up. GDRX. $200 million float though, that's the problem. It's just too big of a float. But $508. Market's tanking. If we can break the $5, that'll be good. Well, we snapped the 5. If we break 510, we can run. If we break 510, we can run. Hopefully. It's just a big float. GDRX is a big float. GDRX. So it's going to be a slow grinder. That's the problem. $5.05. GDRX. Do we have any news? Yeah. Just a slow grinder. Holy shit. Damn, it cost me. Well, that cost me something. I was up in the trade making money. That was a mistake for me. Yeah, that cost me a mistake. I don't know how that happened. Somehow I got short on SNGX when I was trying to close stuff out. I don't know how that happened. That was just. I think I know what happened. How can that be SNGX? I don't know. That says it was easy to. I might have to call Lightspeed and try and get a little bit of help with these short keys, with these hotkeys, because I had to right click and close out the position. Somehow it was my mistake because I tried to sell, and when I sold, instead of hitting SF for full position out, I hit sell, and yeah, that was not good. That was my mistake. SNGX, I guess, is easy to borrow, though. So that was my mistake, and that cost me. BTA, look at that. SNGX, I don't know why my charts are not working that good. I don't understand that, but hey. Biggest movers. Let's take the low floaters and put them over here. Change percent. I mean, MB is really, that's got no volume. SNGX is the best one. Got FMST with no volume, but SNGX, maybe BTAI has the next highest volume. XNet has the next highest volume, and ZEPP. So what is... That's a stop loss? Why was that in there? Sell full, sell half, cancel all, break even. That was, wow, that cost me, that was a big mistake on that hotkey. Oh well, at least it wasn't too much. That was crazy. I don't know why. Yeah. Oh well. At least I caught it now instead of trading with the heavy shares. At least I caught the mistake. At least I caught the mistake now. At least I caught the mistake now. At least I caught the mistake now. Let's see, TQs. The Qs is doing pretty decent. XNet. Okay, so I wish I could get the charting platform looking halfway decent. That's not enough volume on that. IROH, not enough volume. REBN, not enough volume on that either. Come on, give me a pop there, futures. There we go. Thank you for the pop. Thank you for the pop. I'm completely out for the day. Thank you for the pop, Mr. Futures, Mr. and Mrs. Futures, whichever one you want to be. That was a nice little run. What was that? It's a 20-point run. Okay, that was a 20-point run. I'm looking at the futures on a 30-second chart. I had a micro pullback. That was pretty decent. Unfortunately, I kind of screwed myself on my chart here. PTAI. So 5 minutes doing. At a 5 minutes, not too hot. Yeah. Alrighty. Ooh, I'm glad I took my money on the futures. Look at that bad boy tanking. Look at that tanking. Oh, here, let's go to the Qs and the Qs. See, right up here. Boom. We had this higher high, higher low, and I saw that on the futures, and then I got in on it, and then I kind of rode it up. And on a 30-second, it had a micro pullback on the 30-second, which was at 10:23. So right around here, it pulled back, and then I got in on the break of that 30-second. You don't see the chart, and then I ran it up to here, sold it, and I'm glad because look at it, dumped. Yeah. So I'm glad I did that. I think I'm done for the futures because it's a little crazy day with these leaders and stuff. The EU, the Zelensky meeting, it's just going to get a little crazy. So I think I'm done with that. I think I'm done with that. Let me log out of the futures trading was I did the futures trading. The futures trading was on a prop firm that I'm trying to. I got 3 accounts that I passed on a prop firm for futures. I'm going to start streaming the futures as well. I don't know what people would like to see. If people want to just download the scanner and use it themselves and have me trade pre-market on the low floaters and then trade futures. ZEP's selling off. Yeah, let me log out of this. Futures. I made a mistake on SNGX. I know the mistake that I made. It was a hotkey mistake, but it cost me money, which was kind of crappy, which has flustered me because now I'm done for the day. Because emotionally, I am flustered because that stupid mistake that I made on the SNGX trade. I should have been green on it, but it was a stupid mistake of a hotkey. And I'm done trading because I am flustered with that mistake and I don't want to keep going. So tomorrow will be fine. So I'm red for the day with that mistake. But that's okay. Because I know I can get it back. You're going to have red days. I think, you know what, last week Monday was a red day. I'm at 81% win rate. I'm at 81% accuracy, but seems like Mondays are kind of crappy. But it is what it is. Yeah, let me log out of this futures prop firm thing so I don't get tempted to keep trading. I'm green for the day on that futures account, and I need to close that out before it tempts me. I need to really fix the today after the stream. I really need to look at this charting because I want to have it so where like ZEP. Let me look at ZEP. ZEPP. This was good. This was good. I mean, we had some that I don't know when ZEP showed up. ZEPP. I'm not sure. But we had a run up. We had micro pullback. But that candle, that volume for the selling was a little high. I probably wouldn't do it. I don't know what the delta was on that, so I'm not sure. But this was nice little curve up for ZEPP. That was pretty decent. That was right here. Not enough volume though, to be quite honest. Now the one thing that I did do for the scanner is you can sort by low float, change percent. You can sort by change percent. On the biggest movers, you can sort like that. I got to push this update out. Biggest gainers, biggest movers. We are looking at that. One of the top traded. Let's look at top traded. You can do sort by percentage on that as well. Top traded SNGX. Yes, thank you for the screw up there, SNGX. Of course, it was my own personal mistake. We got volume traded. You can sort by volume for top traded gainers. You can sort by volume. I need to fix this charting right here. That's 600 million float. I mean, you can trade that. That's one of the things that I was looking for is this right here. We have a higher high, higher low on these two candles right here with the volume of this candle being higher, so you can get a break of the high of that one, which you would have scalped some money out of that. I needed to set up, I'm going to be coding a alert system for stuff like that. There's only like, I think a few trades that I really like to do, and I'm going to be setting up an alert system. I was trying to set it up on the charting platform here, but for some reason the past history data is fine, but if we look at open, that's a 1 minute, and if we go to the current right here, as you can see here, it's kind of off, and the history of it is fine. But right up in here in the very beginning, like the WebSocket, the streaming data is fine. It's accurate, but it's the previous 1 minute that is a little off on my charting, and I don't know why. SNGX is tanking now. Alrighty. SNGX. Okie dokie. Let's see. YouTube. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much done for today. So pre-market movers. Let's sort by that. With biggest volume. SNGX, SGD, BTAI, and XNet, which was good. So if we look at those top four, and you actually want to trade those, let me get rid of this. Actually, let me take a look at this. SNGX, we got SGD, which in the 5 minute didn't look too hot. SGD, we got BTAI, and we got XNet, which was kind of low on the volume. Xphone, but we got XNet. So if we look at those top four, and if we go here to the open, kind of look at SNGX. SNGX, as you can see here, kind of opened up. A little pullback, a break of that. We had a nice pop here, and I got in right here, and I sold up in here, but somehow I sold half, but then I went short half somehow, and then I finally closed it out up in here and took a loss on it, this was a winner, but it turned into a loser because of the stupid keyboard mistake that I made. SGD really didn't do anything. That was just kind of selling off. BTAI, that kind of sold off as well. And then we kind of came back a little bit. Then XNet, which is really not much. So really, if you look at the top four, I mean, if you look at SNGX, like right now, SNGX is looking halfway decent, but it's just kind of flatlining, to be quite honest. And if we look at this, MACD was open on that. So the MACD was open on that. So this pullback and a break of that, the MACD was open. I mean, you get in on the break of 446 and you get out here, 469. That was a nice run. Higher high, higher low with volume, get in on the break of 426 and you're good. That's what I'm looking to do. That's what I'm looking to get in on. Now, if you look at this, SNGX, this is correct now. But, yeah. I mean, the charting platform I have is pretty decent. It just needs the data needs to be a little bit better. So the EMA that I wrote is that 424, and Lightspeed's EMA is 424, 425. So that 425. So that's good. Yeah. break a 443, we could break a 443. You could be testing 473. Pre-market movers, yeah, we'll just take that out. Top traded. These are. Now let's take a look at this. Break of 443. There we go. 443, 485, 5. Yeah, there you go. That's what you want. So break it at 443. Got like 50 cents. So yeah, I got some work to do. Maybe I should just not release the TZ Momo, but I think I screwed something up with that. I seen GX on the 1 minute is on the 5 minute, as you can see here. On the 1 minute, we had that break of that, but that's not really doing much. We had a nice break right here. I mean, it's 11 o'clock, so things are not going to be moving. It's going to be slowing down here. So you really need to be trading stuff with a catalyst. That is what you really need to be doing, like SNGX, BTAI. That's what you need to be trading. If you go to pre-market movers, you pick the top four: SGD, BTAI, but SNGX, 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 SGD had news, and that was a pre-market. BTAI, and that had. When did that news come out? It was 7 a.m. Now, XNet, I don't think XNet had news. No, XNet didn't have news. Xpone, that was really W. Wheeler. That's really not doing anything. SNGX, SGD, BTAI. BNC, but BNC is not really doing anything. BNC, that's not doing anything. All right, I think I got a game plan. I'm going to remove TZ Momo. I'm going to remove that button. I'm going to keep the logic there because I need to. I want to keep it there, but the button I'm going to take off, and I'm thinking I'm going to start working on the platform stuff. Top traded. SNGX was good for the morning. And you had a run up. You had a pullback. Pulled back pretty heavily, and then, of course, we broke that 395 up to 407. Then I had SGD. SGD didn't do anything. It just completely just sold off. SGD, and then BTAI did the same thing. It just kind of sold off. BTAI. That's below the VWAP. So that's below the VWAP 9-EMA. SGD below the VWAP 9-EMA. As you can see that, it just sold off. I mean, pre-market was good, but yeah. Q's, what's Q's doing? Not much. 11 o'clock. BTAI is trying to regain, but I wouldn't trust it just because when it's trading above the VWAP. MACD's kind of open, but it's 11 o'clock. So I'm going to stop streaming and work on this and getting this update out. I want to get this update out where you can sort for change percent and volume right here. Change percent and volume. I want to get that out. Yeah. SNGX on a 5-minute right here was really good on a break of 506. SNGX. What time was that? It was 10:50. I was right here, 10:50. SNGX. Dude, that was 9:50. Dude, 10:50, yeah. I had pullback when it ran back up. Alrighty. So that will be tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 11 again. I will talk to you later.